And we're live, Your Worship.
Very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and we'll call this meeting to order. Good morning, everybody, and we'll look to Deputy Mayor Snell this morning for the land acknowledgement. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the Indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Miigwech, Deputy Mayor Snell. And on to item number 2 is proclamations. We have a recommended motion that the Council proclaim May 5th to 11th, 2025 as Children's Mental Health Week in the town of Wasaga Beach. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And I'll just make a note, Councillor DeLeo sends her regrets. She is on vacation and is not going to be joining us today. Enjoy your vacation, Councillor. Well deserved. Item number 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Item number 4 is the adoption of the agenda. And I'll pass it over to the clerk with respect to the removal of item number 5.3.4 for closed session. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship, and that's exactly what I just wanted to relay to Council and the public. Staff are going to be bringing this item out of future meetings, so we will remove the closed item 5.3.4. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Under item number 5, which is the closed session, it is recommended that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the April 24, 2025 Council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters.
Sorry, Your Worship. We just need a motion for the adoption of the agenda.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Back to the recommended motion then for the adoption of the agenda, that the contents of the agenda for April 24th, 2025 be approved as circulated. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, on to closed session again. Pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the April 24, 2025 Council meeting be moved to closed session to consider the following matters. 5.3.1, a legal matter. 5.3.2, OLT 24-001047 regarding 10 Club Court. And 5.3.3, Community Hub. And 5.3.5, proposed disposition or acquisition of lands. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. We'll now move into closed session.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll just take 2 minutes.
Thank you.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. And we'll call this meeting back to order. And we've come into open session, and I'm going to look to our clerk to give some explanation and whatnot to the public, and then we'll carry on with the meeting. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. In recognition of time for the scheduled open session meeting, Council has recessed from closed and will re-enter closed session after item 18, notices of motion on the regular agenda, to finish considering item 5.3.5, proposed disposition acquisition of lands. At that time, when we come back into open, I'll provide the rise and report from today's closed session. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we'll now carry on, moving on to item number 7, which is approval of the minutes. 7.1, the regular meeting of council minutes from April 10th, 2025, be adopted as circulated. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? Carries unanimously. Item number 8 is public meetings, and we have no public meetings today. Number 9 on the agenda is presentations, and we have no presentations today. Item 10 is delegations. We do have one delegation, 10.1, by Mr. Nick Vinanovsky, re-food trucks at Beach Area 1. Nick, welcome. I'm just going to ask you to center button there, the silver one, turn your mic on, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I had a food truck. I had 2 food trucks, actually. One, I'm replacing jerk chicken with Osmos. And they're not going to be mobile, they're going to be stationary. And the second place where I had Peter Pit, I'm putting black lamp tattoos. And I was asked to come before council to ask for permission.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Nick. Anything else to add?
That's all I have to add. I'm just replacing 2 existing business for 2 new ones.
All right, thank you. Staff, Andrew, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No comments, just really for direction from council. Currently, the food truck would not be permitted, so Mr. Vinanovsky is simply seeking direction to see if he could proceed with that and I'm assuming, is there a time limit on it, Mr. Vinanovsky?
What the hell?
Are you just looking for 2025, or if you're looking for beyond that as well?
2025 for now.
2025.
All right, so looking to replace 2 businesses with 2 food trucks. One food truck, and the other is a tattoo business.
One is tattoo business.
And it's going to be where?
Exactly where Jerk It Up Chicken is on 10 Main Street on the beachfront.
Right.
And they're not going to be mobile, they're going to be stationary. They're connected to hydro, water, sewer, everything. Okay. And we had Osmos there last year. After they announced they're going to close up the trucks on 3rd Street, he came and approached me, and I says, I'm getting rid of jerk chicken, and I replaced him with Osmos.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Questions or comments from council? Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. With what's going on the beachfront, this reimagining and redevelopment that we're doing, and considering replacing 2 existing businesses with 2, I'm assuming, better operators, I have absolutely no issue with this. Look forward to seeing it.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, I've had some discussion with Mr. Vinanovsky, and I think the changes that are being suggested are going to be positive for the beachfront. So again, he's over time has modified his request a little, and I am very supportive of just replacing the 2 businesses. So.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I have a question. Why, other than the food truck concept, is there any other reason why Mr. Vinanovsky had to come to ask for council's approval for this? Is it a bylaw issue, business permit issue?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it was just the food truck that was not prohibited, but I'll have to check with bylaw to understand about the second business. But again, from my perspective, I have no concerns.
As a follow-up, I have no concerns. I think it's going to be a very important year to make our beachfront as animated and lively as possible. It may be, if we're getting stuck on some of our bylaws, to look at it as a temporary measure or a pilot project, if you like. I think there are other issues that we may have to look at, like signage, et cetera, to make sure people know how to maneuver that beachfront and enjoy it as much as we want them to. I have no objection to this request.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, through your worship. Do we have plans for any food trucks in the immediate area or close by this year? Are we there yet?
Through Mr. Mayor, we'll be back to council shortly with an update on what we plan to do this summer. We're looking at the potential for food trucks. We're also looking at the potential to relocate the beach bar. So we're in discussions on both fronts.
Sorry, Mr. Beninowski, was this for one food truck and one tattoo?
The tattoos also, the tattoo place is also a mobile unit, but they're going to be stationary, because we had Perfect Image on the beachfront for years, and this young lady asked me, and I says, I'm going to inquire, and we'll have a permanent place there.
Okay, thank you. I guess off the top of my head, I'm thinking, I could favor a food truck perhaps, but I don't know if I know, in fact, it wouldn't be for another business. I feel we'd be opening up a can of worms for other people. So that's my thought right now while we're discussing this.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So you're saying, so you had I don't recall was Pita Pit there last year? So you were operating a food truck without permission? If that could just be clarified first before my other comments and questions.
They were not there last year, they were the year before that. And they always had permits. We always had permits for everybody. And regardless, also Osmos, I ended up bringing him to apply for a permit before all this happened. So you end up paying for a permit. And the problem was that I had Jerk It Up Chicken was very loud music. I had a lot of complaints from the people and stuff like that. So I had to get rid of him. I said, I'm sorry, but you're not welcome here, because I had complaints and complaints and complaints. I asked him to turn your music down, and every time he jacks it up, turn it down, puts it back up, and I just couldn't deal with it.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Well, you bring up a good point, because in your lease with your tenants, including your modular units, if you're still planning to lease those out as well, will you have lease agreements around noise? Because he was obnoxiously loud, and I did find that he had a lot of stuff outside of his space as well, so aesthetically he wasn't very appealing, and I think that's one thing that, although yes, we want activation, we want quality experience and consistent experience. So one thing that we did with our food trucks was there was a requirement to stay on site. They couldn't leave and go off to a festival. They had to consistently operate during certain times and days so that it was a consistent experience. Is that something that you're going to put in place for your tenants as well?
Yes, I will. And also, you mentioned the other day when we talked about some of that food trucks was a little bit worn on that on the decoration. I finally got a carpenter a couple of days ago, so we're taking care of that part also.
Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that, because we had a discussion about the current storage container, the microsites that you have, the permanent ones that aren't on wheels and portable, that, the winter kind of beat them up a little bit. So I really appreciate, Mr. Vindovsky, that you are going to address that. And just one last question. Do you currently have all of your micro spaces leased?
Not yet, because the winter was so bad that we didn't have any new people coming in, but as I carry newspapers to show them how it's going to look like, I told them a short-term pain is a long-term gain, because I got all the pictures from Joe's newspapers, and I showed them nice hotels and nice beachfront and nice road and stuff like that, and vice versa with the Main Street Mall that I spoke to Public Works. It's going to be, instead of being a mall, which was dead, to have a traffic going in and out, it's going to be much better, because I used to be there, I used to have retail stores when the mall used to be open. It was much busier instead of people going around Spruce Street and go straight to a beachfront. This way they're going to go straight, see water. And second thing, I also told Caesar Bar, if they move in Playline parking lot, I'm going to take some of my panels off, because when they have people sitting, drinking and eating, they're not going to be looking at wooden panels. They're going to see the water.
Thank you, Your Worship. And that's a really nice offer for you to do, because we are trying to, provide opportunity and to have some level of service down there while we're during these growing pains. So I appreciate that offer. That shows a good neighbor. I would be in support of supporting this for a specific time, because, obviously this council is very focused and staff have worked very hard in creating really viable development relationships down there. And as that hotel starts to come out of the ground, we're going as a council to have to be mindful of what's around them and what are those people looking at and what are they experiencing and seeing. So I could see supporting this as a term, like a 1 year and kind of review each year, but definitely not in the long term. I'd like to see your property developed.
I'm getting too old to be running parking lots, so hopefully, once things start moving there, hopefully I'm going to get somebody to come up and purchase my property. I'm not looking to be there for a long time.
Right, any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none, I think what you're hearing here, Nick, predominantly is you've got some great support from council to do this for 2025 season. If you want to do it past that, we'll have to come back and look at it. Well, I'm going to look to the clerk here in case there's any adjustments to this motion, but I want to thank you for coming forward. I want to thank you for, offering to work with the town and with possible vendors to site views and so on and so forth. And you make an excellent point, Nick, that, this is what everyone has to remember. This is short-term pain for long-term gain. You, as you mentioned, have been there for a long time. And you've seen it in its heyday when it was really booming, and you see it over the last 20 years. And so, like many of us, no one can tell you any more about it because you've been there, you've lived it. You've sold your property, you've got it back because of past developers and what has happened there. And so, it's good that you're there and you have that knowledge. And it's good that you're willing to work to make it the best it can be in the interim until we get things coming out of the ground. And as you say, hopefully then it's going to increase your ability, hopefully, to sell your property so they can be developed as well. So appreciate that. So any additions to this this motion then, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, based on the conversation, I've prepared the following motion for consideration. That the delegation by Nick Vidanowski to council pertaining to food trucks at Beach Area 1 be received, and that council permit a food truck and mobile unit tattoo shop at 10 Main Street for 2025, subject to the businesses obtaining a business license from the town.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Members of council, you've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries unanimously. Nick, congratulations. Thank you. All right, we now move on to item number 11, which is government relations. And we do have Accessibility Advisory Committee Council representatives, the only government relations. I just think it's important to make the public aware that Councillor DeLeo, who has sat on that committee, has stepped away from that committee as she has time constraints with respect to her work-life balance and can no longer fulfill that obligation. So she asked to be removed from that, and we are now appointing Deputy Mayor Snell to that committee. So congratulations, Deputy Mayor Snell, or maybe not. It depends on the workload, I'm sure. But that's it for government relations. I don't think there's anything else to add to that today, Andrew? No? All right. So moving on then to item number 12, which is staff reports. The following report items have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Items number 12.2, 12.3, 12.6, and 12.9. Councillor Eagle would like to speak to item 12.8. Councillor, do you want to speak to that now? Your mic on, Councillor?
Thank you. It's been a busy morning already. So, yes, I wanted to say that I strongly support that staff are recommending the combination of internet voting and paper ballots for the 2026 election, the same method as was used in 2022. That was the first time since 2003 that paper ballots had been used. We had a whopping 49% turnout. Well, Innisfil only had 24.26% of their population, and province-wide, the average was 36.30%. So I think it really bodes well for that. My other comment is, I would suggest, just a suggestion, that we follow the procedure as in 2022, with the tabulation taking place in the council chambers. That's what I have to say. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any other comments from council or staff on the consent reports? All right, seeing none, we do have a recommended motion that the following consent list items under staff reports and all recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 13, which is correspondence items, and we have none today. Item number 14 is minutes of board and committees. We do have a recommended motion that the council list items under minutes of boards and committees be received for information. I see that there are no items pulled here. Any questions or comments? Mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor White and Councillor Belanger, all in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 15 is matters for consideration, and we have the Recreation and Facilities 2025 Q1 Department update. Before I go, this was pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell, but before I go to that, Chris, did you have any comments on this matter?
Nothing particular, Your Worship. Council should be aware that this is our quarterly update. We'll do 3 a year, and the fourth one is always the summary yearbook document with more of a pictorial analysis rather than the day-to-day workings of our operation, the capital projects.
Thank you very much, Chris. All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. I just wanted to bring, to pull this report so that, public can see the extensive amount of work that your team is doing and executing over, not only in tightening up some of the loose threads with the TPAL and massive construction project there, but also to, the fact that you're also still keeping the eye on our existing assets like the Recplex and investing in some of those pieces along with the youth center. Can you just confirm, there was such an extensive list there with the TPAL and some big ticket items. Can you just provide some background for public awareness? There's a few of us that sit on the TPAL construction committee, so we have more knowledge, but rest of council does not, outside of the mayor and myself. But just to sort of address some of those pieces around the warranties, deficiencies, and maybe provide an update in regards how we're doing with budget and if we're still on budget with that project, please.
Certainly, definitely. Maybe I'll start with the best news of all, that the Twin Pad Arena and Library facility is very busy. In fact, if there are costs coming out of a lot of these projects related to the facility operations, it would be specifically important to say that our ice rentals are up from projection, and I think that we're covering some of these costs that are popping up. We have had on the project budget fairly positive contingency, and we haven't reconciled that in some time, but I do certainly confidently tell council today that we have not exceeded our budget, and there will be a final report that comes out to council once all of the matters are closed. So moving back towards the functioning of the building, definitely warranty on the construction project is still being finalized. So we had an official 1-year period that dated from November 2023 to November 2024. So now we're 4 or 5 months past that 1-year period, but there are a number of loose ends, and we're tightening them up. As our construction steering committee would know, we certainly have managed these lists down from close to 100 pages to now a few particular items that the staff and consultants as well as contractors are working out. Definitely some of these items that you see on our list of TPL matters were dealt with by contractors through the TPL, and I would say of payments that the town has made for building maintenance costs, likely 10% of all of the work that was done in the first quarter of 2025 was not paid to those contractors. They are still coming back and honoring loose ends and trying to make the building as functional as possible. I would also add that the community doesn't necessarily see what is not functioning. The building, in essence, is working as a community center, and we aren't shutting down ice time or sending people away from community rooms because of issues that are outstanding with our warranty. Last but not least, I think it's important to say that there is a big volume. I mean, coming into a brand new building like this, it is amazing for the community, and there's lots of great fresh space and quality features that we hadn't enjoyed in our old arena or our old library. But it's also complex, and we're learning that as staff. There are elements in our building that are beyond our regular facility staff's capacity. We are not reprogramming building automation systems that are automatically managing air quality levels, et cetera. We need to rely on professionals to come in. The refrigeration plant is another big one there. So I wanted council to be aware of the volume of elements that we are dealing with, and I summarized this sort of page of bullets in our report so that council was aware, because it is a lot of work and it is complex, but I think that our staff have been keeping up, and I also don't think that this is an irregular concern for our community. I think a brand new building of this size and scope does come with complexities, and we're on that learning curve. It's going to take us a couple years, and I hope that council appreciates that we're doing our darndest to make sure that the public don't see any of those complications, and to proactively manage our assets so that it lasts for 30, 50 years as it was intended.
It better last for 30 to 50 years. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, just for a follow-up. Thank you for that summary, Chris, and I wanted to share as well, you know, the last several times that I've been in the facility, it seems that attention to detail and cleanliness is really a focus, which is just phenomenal. I'm seeing some great changes there. And you bring up a good point about being proactive. You know, these are complicated systems, you know, like when I think about the heating system and how we recycle that heat and repurpose that heat, these systems are going to require proactive maintenance and preventative maintenance. So I look forward to some sort of report or consideration of that for the 2026 budget, because I think we're going to have to project and build those fees in, because you're right, it would be you know, financially irresponsible of us to try to hire and maintain staff year-round who have those, you know, detailed knowledge and expertise. It makes sense to farm that out. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any further questions or comments on this matter from council? I'll just note, Chris and Chief, that I, too, in the last, I would say in the last month, have really seen a quality change in maintenance and cleanliness within our buildings, and I appreciate that effort. I know that it's difficult. It's a big animal. It's a big beast, and I don't think anyone fully understood or appreciated that leading into this. But now that we're here, as you've mentioned, Chris, we're still learning every day. And it's a lot of space, and put that with all the other space that we have in the municipality, it's a big job. So again, to staff, good work, keep going in the right direction, and look forward to that final report. And I will say, sitting on the construction committee, like it was overwhelming. The list in the beginning was just unbelievable. You said 100 pages or thereabouts. Most people don't understand the amount of deficiencies and unfinished work and things that occur when you take possession of a building of this magnitude. And it's not easy, getting people back sometimes. But staff have been tenacious, and we've been able to get there, that we're almost complete. And the fact that we're going to be under or on budget, I think, is phenomenal work on staff's behalf. So again, thank you for that. We do have a motion that the report titled Recreation and Facilities 2025 Q1 Department Update to Council of April 24, 2025 be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, second by Councillor Timms. Recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor?
Councillor Eagle.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor? Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the next item, which is the Boulevard Painting Policy, pulled by Councillor Eagle. Councillor Eagle? It's the next item on the agenda. It's the Boulevard Painting Policy.
Landscape architect Katie Wardrop for her report on this and her work. We're fortunate to have Katie on staff, and we value her knowledge and her expertise. It's informative when it comes to policy, to reading the policy on planting come to council. So when I introduced this motion in June of 2023, we knew it would take time to put together, and it will take ongoing education for most, if not all of us as well. Boulevard gardens do not have to have native plantings, but planting native species in Boulevard is a practice increasingly being encouraged in municipalities across Canada as a means to adapt to climate change, promote habitat for native species, encourage community engagement, and improve beauty. However, there are two things that I really would like to highlight from this policy, and that is, please, if you're thinking on doing one, you call before you dig. There's a lot of infrastructure under those boulevards, and Katie has said that in her report clearly, and I know there will be information on the website. So that's a big one if you're thinking on a call. And the maximum height for plants is 100 centimeters, which equates to about 3 feet, so no higher than that. And this will all be on the website, I know. I just wanted to repeat those things. They also have to withstand harsh conditions, such as being stepped on or dogs walking through them, etc. So they're low maintenance, and you want to keep them that way. I think Chris is going to put up, yeah, thanks. So Katie and I have had asked Chris to just put up a couple of photos, just to give a visual on the location of a boulevard garden. And as Katie said in her report, this promotes a cooperative effort to the beautification of the streetscape, or that serves both the pride of the community and responsible municipal stewardship. So as you can see in the photos, the planting to the establishment of plant materials, so they've taken you one there from the sod and then shown what can be done. This progression, it heightens the positive impact on this policy and can have the town landscape, help the townscape over time. So that's what many people ask, what is it? How does it look? Where do you put it? So there's the 101 on it.
Looks permeable to me.
It's very permeable. I didn't throw that word in there. And while we're on the topic and looking at gardens, I thought this might just be a good moment as well to speak to the town has their first garden competition. The town staff worked very hard on this brochure. You'll find it in stores throughout town and in our municipal buildings. So I wanted to just mention that while we're on the gardening topic as the season is approaching. And I'm the non-gardener in the group, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego, and thanks for getting those photos up so as that it's clear, what it is we're looking for with respect to the boulevard gardening. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I too was thinking how timely this was because of the beautification project as well as the garden contest. I think that's wonderful. I did want to mention, well, having looked at that photo now, I also have a question that I may have some confusion about. I also thought the boulevard was the end of your property between the road. If you don't have a sidewalk, is that end of property boulevard, and is that included in this plan? Or is
Excellent.
it only, I'm sorry, if it's only for people with sidewalks with that little bit of boulevard, I'm confused about that now.
Excellent question. I think we'll look to Kevin for that.
Through you, excuse me, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Timms. Yeah, so the boulevard is really from your property line towards the edge of pavement. And so these permissions allow folks to install select landscaping features within that space, provided it doesn't impede with drainage, and recognize that there could potentially, or there would potentially be some challenges associated with snow storage and sand or salt over the winter months, but it does provide that flexibility to creep within the road allowance. So those areas that don't have curb and gutter, there are conditions within the policy that allows them to move out in towards the edge of pavement, but not impede or not within the drainage systems if there is an open ditch type of thing. So that is accounted for.
Thank you. That clears that up for me, because that's exactly what I thought the boulevard was to be. What I'm concerned about is that we really do need to commit to the communication with homeowners that choose to plant their boulevard in the case that some of those plantings need to be removed, because we know that there's a lot of expense and time and effort into creating beautiful gardens. And I just hope that staff is strongly committed to making sure that people know that's going to happen, because I've had people speak to me when services come in and tear up their lawn and leave it there for a long time. When people are now promoting and planting beautiful gardens, it's going to be an issue. Also, I think great that we have suggested native drought tolerant and low maintenance plantings, but that 3-foot height kind of worries me a little bit. So hopefully that people will be very careful with sight lines. I see sightline issues all over the place in town, and even driving a high vehicle, it can be a problem. But kudos on this, and thank you to Councillor Eagle for getting it started back in 2023, and more good news to beautify Wasaga Beach.
Thank you, Councillor. You raise a very good point that I think we do have to communicate very well to residents, and that is, what part of the boulevard is owned by the resident, what part is owned by the town. Every year at this time especially, and in the fall, my office receives countless calls. People aren't happy because the plow, because the ground is still soft, has torn up some of the turf and thrown it into the ditch or wherever else. And this year, I think we've had more of that than in many years past, because of the amount of snow we had early in the year and the amount of plowing that was done. And so maybe, Kevin, could you just speak to that, what our policy is on getting back to look after that and to clean it up?
Certainly, through your worship, the winter control policy outlines our turf restoration or winter damage policy, and so obviously we're in the starting the street sweeping operations right now, which effectively exhaust the majority, if not all, of our staff. So as we come to close completion of the street sweeping, we'll deploy staff to restore the turf damage. We do maintain lists throughout the year, and we encourage folks to give us a call. So we have targeted areas that we need to circle back on and address, but we don't reinstate winter kill. It's really just plow damage. So it's reinstated with topsoil and seed. And for those folks that do have recurring damage, and some of them do, if you're on a bend and there's no barrier curb, it's very easy for the plow to creep beyond that edge of pavement when you have 6 inches of snow and you can't tell the difference between asphalt or sod. We do encourage them to give us a call, and we don't mind putting up wooden stakes or markers in the fall before the snowfall occurs. So. But to your point, the restoration includes just topsoil and seed.
Thank you very much, Kevin. All right, any other questions or comments on this matter? All right, seeing none, we do have the report titled Boulevard Planting Policy to the council meeting of April 24, 2025 be received, and the council adopt the Boulevard Planting Policy as presented in Appendix A of this report. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Sorry, recorded vote. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the next item, which is Beach Area 1 South Cleaning Washroom Pilot 2025-0410-40. This was pulled by Councillor White, Deputy Mayor Snell, Councillor Timms, and Councillor Ego. So we'll start with Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. My mom's watching live, and she's wanting to know where her self-cleaning bathrooms were, raising us 3 boys. My questions are slightly different. Hi, Mom. There's 2 actually here. So the first one was, we have a budget of, I think it's $100 and something thousand to pay a cleaning company to clean the old bathrooms. I think that we have torn down now. So I want to know what happens to that money and if that's part of the funding for this. And 2, these bathrooms, judging by the map, look like they're like within feet of a provincial park bathroom. And I'm just curious why we're so close rather than distributing the love.
Caitlin.
Hi, good morning, Mayor Smith and Council. So to answer those 2 questions, I'll just start with the placement of the bathroom. So while there's the existing washrooms at Beach Area 2 that you're referring to, the new self-cleaning unit is going to be placed in that strategic location near the construction. And so this ensures the facility won't need to be moved throughout the redevelopment, and we can continue serving the public without interruption. So we won't have to move it around, like it's a place where it won't be interfered with. The location was also selected because it's within view of the beach, making it convenient and visible for visitors. It's close to the construction area, so it helps us avoid those future disruptions, and the water and sewer services are also already in place there, and so it allows for easier and more cost-effective installation. And then also with the higher volumes expected from our visitors, the placement helps distribute the traffic, and those familiar with the existing washrooms, they can utilize those ones. And then while other ones can try out the new pilot as well, like the new facility.
Andrew, something to add?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I want to emphasize for council, this is a pilot. So we're giving these a try. They're self-cleaning. We wanted to very deliberately put this in the most hostile environment possible. They are open year-round. They are air-conditioned in the summer. They are heated in the winter. Currently, we don't have bathrooms open year-round down there, but we want it to be on the beach so that you're tracking sand in, and we can ensure that the system can actually cope with that. We want the gale force winds hitting this thing to ensure that it can cope with the worst of the worst that happens down there, because they're not cheap, and we want to make sure before we invest in any further ones that it can actually do the job and withstand the microclimate that we have down there. Additionally, because they're self-cleaning, the UV light disinfects after every user, we think people are going to prefer to use these. Often is the case, there's a lineup that develops outside of them. If you're in an emergency situation, you've got the one right next door that you could run to. So because we know that we anticipate that will happen. It is portable, so that once the construction is done, we could pick it up and move it to another location. So it's not a throwaway cost. They're fairly easy to pick up and move and put somewhere else. So again, this is just temporary location. The plumbing, the water, sewer is in the ground, so it's an easy hookup, but it's essentially a test drive to make sure that they work.
I'll just add to that, Councillor, before you carry on, that we're not the first to test these. There are other beaches that are testing them. Clearview Township is testing them. The City of Barrie is testing them. And they are not cheap, that's correct. But I think what's also important to point out is that when we look at the redevelopment and when that's finished, these types of washrooms, although they're not cheap up front, the amount of manpower cost alone that is possibly saved here will by far outweigh the cost of these units in a very quick amount of time. So, Councillor, go ahead.
Just supplemental. It's great what you just said about withstanding the bay, because that's good, so that's pretty clever. I'll buy that. So just one last question, I know that I still have that budget question lingering. This doesn't negate the need for Stonebridge to have their own facilities on site for their construction crews, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So a difference between construction facilities and then the ultimate build-out. So absolutely, during construction, Stonebridge, Sunray, and whomever else develops, they would need to have on-site washroom facilities. Two, I don't think we answered your earlier question about budget impacts. So currently, I believe, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, we're approximately $50,000 that we had been spending in previous years to clean bathrooms. And it's a regular cycle. You've got to be in there, on the hour, making sure that they're clean. Obviously, with a self-cleaning bathroom, your need to go there every hour is reduced. These are Wi-Fi enabled, and they send a note to your phone, the toilet paper's running low, the soap's running low, please send somebody out to, restock the unit. But the maintenance that you do is drastically lowered. So virtually every municipality that has tried these has seen an overall reduction in operating costs to the point where these actually pay for themselves over time. So that's part of testing this, is to make sure that the results that we see would be similar to what others. City of Toronto, the mayor mentioned a bunch of municipalities. The City of Toronto tested these, and they've just placed an order for 150 of these along their waterfront. So it seems to be the route that most municipalities are going. It's operationally cheaper, but again, until we see the data and understand how much it lowers it, again, we want to see it for our own eyes, right?
Councillor? Yes. All right. By the way, I forgot, hi, Mom, sorry about that. All right. Moving on now to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I think it's important from the public's perspective, right? Because you look at this, and this is a big dollar amount, and it's a couple of toilets, it's crazy. But I think it's important, that, as all of us as residents that go down to the beach year-round to use it, it will be nice to have a clean, open, accessible facility to be able to use. And when you think from the visitor's perspective, this is something that we hear over and over and over again about, one of our downsides is that our washroom facilities and conditions down there at the beachfront. So I'm hoping that this will help to elevate that. What did we as council, was it last year, the year before, we increased the budget of the cleaning down at the washrooms to try to elevate the experience. Does anybody know that number offhand?
Doesn't look like we have that number. Oh, Chris, go ahead.
I can only clarify what happened in the past 2 years. So the town used to have a beachfront staff crew who looked after garbage and sand on the street fronts. They looked after the municipal park area past 3rd Street, and they looked after the washrooms around Burger King, the patio around Burger King, and the Playland Park washrooms. We opted 2 years ago to go private, and that was the number that was quoted earlier. So we went private, and we did $50,000 a year to look after just the Playland Park washroom and the small washrooms underneath where Burger King and the patio. So those three assets were looked after for $50,000 with a private contract each year.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So if that's the case, we still maintain the staff to maintain all of the other stuff. We just took the washrooms off of their hands and put that in private management? No? Am I got this wrong?
Through Mr. Mayor, we can confirm this for you, but I believe we actually did reduce the number of staff down on the beachfront. But we can confirm that for you.
Yeah, I think what the Deputy Mayor is referring to is CA Sellers. And we increased their contract, I think, so they were there more frequently. That's what I think you're speaking to, correct?
Yeah, and thank you, through your worship. And sort of my point is that washroom experience is important, right, in terms of cleanliness. I know it's a silly subject, but in terms of cleanliness. For example, I was recently in Fort Myers, and Fort Myers had devastation with the tornadoes. And what they've done is they've invested in trailers, flushable trailers and whatnot, and so your experience is still top-notch, right? And so I'm guessing that based on budget, we're going to have to potentially go to porta potties to replace the toilets that were removed from construction. And if that's the case, then I would want to make sure that we have sufficient budget there and manpower to maintain those porta potties, because they're not pleasant to begin with, and never mind, you know, with the exposure that they will get from the millions of people who come here. Is there anything to sort of speak on that, or would that come at a later date?
Andrew?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we will come forward to council. We'll probably try to target the first meeting in May with a plan for what we're going to be doing this summer. You are correct that it will involve porta potties. It's a budget issue. Renting the trailers that are much more nicer to use, again, it comes with a cost. So we will be having some porta potties down there. The provincial park bathrooms will still be there. Plus, we're piloting this one bathroom. Again, this is part of a long-term restructuring of how the bathroom experience is handled down there. I agree with you, it's important for a reputational issue to have good, clean bathrooms. We have not had that for 50 years. We do need to have it in the future, so piloting the self-cleaning is a start to make sure it works properly, and then we can invest in that over time and build up the number of public bathrooms down there that will be complemented by new restaurants that have their own bathrooms inside, a new hotel that have their own bathrooms inside. So the long-term horizon looks good. It's just we're in a short-term crunch where it's going to be an issue where we're going to have some porta potties, I suspect.
All good? All right, Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, a lot of what I was going to say has been covered already. I think, though, it's good to note that the opportunity to have year-round facilities on the beach is wonderful. You can go down there even in horrible weather and see lots of people enjoying the waterfront. With respect to portable washrooms, and I was fortunate to have a conversation with the CAO, I did have some sticker shock when I saw this report, and I am relieved that it's a good use for the COVID fund that we have, as well as casino revenue. But when it comes to talking about portable washrooms, and yes, we will need them, it's not really a staff issue to clean those washrooms. We would have them serviced, I'm going to assume, by the supplier. My suggestion when you're looking into the plan is to have as many accessible ones as possible, because they're not accessible for everyone. They're for the mom to pull the stroller in so she's not sticking her butt out as she's trying to get a toddler on a toilet. And, you know, it's really important, I think, that people have good quality porta potties as well. And I know it's tough to keep them clean, but you allayed a lot of my concerns, and I'm excited. Will council get to use them first? Just kidding. Just kidding, Your Worship. Thank you.
It won't matter whether we get to use them first. They're going to be spotlessly clean all the time, Councillor. Councillor Ego.
Thank you. I'm pleased you're excited, Councillor Tibbs. Pretty much all my questions were answered by more about winterization and so forth, and so that's all been addressed. They are not being planned on being open this winter, are they? Yep, they are. Sorry.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Subject to council approval today, what we're going to request is that the company move as quickly as possible. We'd ideally like these actually up and running in May. There is an ordering process, so it might be hard to hit that timeline, but I would say definitely before July 1st that this would be up and running, and then it will operate 365. Air conditioned in the summer, heated in the winter, so you don't need to close them down like we've historically had to do in our public bathrooms.
That's great. I just didn't see it in the coming winter, so that they can be year-round. So when they're placed on the lots, the door will not be facing the bay, correct?
That is correct. We actually went out and did a site visit, and the company actually recommended that the door face inwards so that the wind wouldn't blast it. And again, I won't get into all of the technology that's in these, but one of the reasons for that, they actually have some sensors that can monitor if there's someone in there. So for example, if a homeless individual decided to try and stay there overnight, we would actually be alerted that there's someone in there. It doesn't take pictures, don't get scared or anything like that, but it would actually alert the individual that they have X minutes to vacate the unit or the door will open. So you cannot lock yourself in there if you were looking to stay in the building, in a heated building overnight. It would alert us that there's someone there, and then you'd be able to go and see it. But the reason for facing the door away from the wind is once the door opened, you don't want the wind to keep the door open. You actually need it to close. Otherwise, you're heating outdoors and you're losing money, right?
Andrew, and, yeah, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I think the first time I saw these washrooms were at AMO 9 years ago. I know the mayor and I had a good look at them and probably have seen them every year I've been at AMO, and I'm very supportive. They're high-tech, they're high quality, and hopefully the emails from these two companies will stop coming to me every year, and I'll tell them we actually made a purchase, because I get about 4 or 5 a year, and it's all good.
All right, any other questions or comments? I have a few. I think before I go any further, though, Kevin, do you recall a rough idea of the costs to redo the washrooms at the beach currently in Allenwood and so on when the MECP or then the MNRF was looking to redo those? I know they ended up not replacing them, but just renovating them because of the cost. Any idea what that was?
Thank you, Your Worship, for putting me on the spot. It was significant, and I want to say somewhere between north of $600,000 if it wasn't higher. I know they did not want to construct new facilities, but simply retrofitted, because new facilities down there would have been considerably more expensive in terms of accommodating a lot of the AODA requirements. But I believe if it wasn't 800, it was at least 600,000. But I can confirm that if you like.
No, that's fine. Thanks very much, Kevin. I just wanted to ask the question because for the public's understanding, no matter what washrooms we build, the cost is not going to be far off of this. If anything, would probably be more. And you wouldn't have the technology. And as Andrew said, each of these units, if I recall correctly from the presentation by the company, has about 120 sensors within each washroom. So it can tell if someone's standing, laying down, leaning against a wall, sitting on the toilet, standing by the urinal, whatever the case may be. So they are very high-tech. They give us a lot of data. And to that point, they'll give us data. They'll let us know how often each washroom is used and to what extent it is used. It tells us in advance when toilet paper or soap gets to a certain level. And in between each of these two units is basically the mechanical room where the drains are and so on for collecting sand and for having large jugs of soap. So we're not replacing a little hand soap thing constantly. I mean, these are large jugs of soap that get pumped through that system. The heating and the air conditioning. You know, every year I get many complaints, as I'm sure many, if not all, members of council get, from our residents about how dirty the washrooms are. And a big part of that is sand. The other thing is, you know, as we redevelop the beach, we'll have toe kick wash stations along the beach front. But we can also put these, no extra cost was my understanding, at each of these units. So people aren't then trucking the sand as much into the washroom, although that will be cleaned and goes into a large trough and is managed that way. You know, we can now spread these out along the beach once we get to that point, so as that people aren't having to walk so far from the beach to get to a washroom. That's real important for the elderly, real important for handicapped folks, and real important for moms and dads with small kids. So, you know, it gives us opportunity to sell advertising if we want on them, which I think down at the beach, to your point, Councillor White, the door, or maybe it was Councillor Eagle, the door being away from the wind, which means what's facing the beachfront where people are going to be actually looking at this is a large wall that is open to advertising and so on and so forth, so we can generate revenue from that. You know, they're as high-tech as we can tell them what time to unlock the door in the morning and be open for business. And we can tell it what time to close the door at night and lock it, so as that it can't be used anymore. So if that's 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., whatever the case may be. We don't have to have them all open in the winter and heating that. We can have, you know, only a few open. It gives us so many options. And so I'm really hopeful that this test is going to go well, and it will do everything they say, because I see this as a real advantage. You know, what I keep saying to residents when I speak to them, because I get tons of questions about, well, what are we going to do for the next couple of years with the beach drive being closed and so on. And, you know, it's short-term pain for long-term gain. We're going to have a new beachfront. We're going to have new high schools. We're going to have a new theater. We're going to have eventually a new downtown proper. A lot of new things that are going to be very positive. And you know, perception becomes reality. So when people come to Wasaga Beach, they don't always just remember the beautiful sunsets and the nice, beautiful, clean, longest freshwater beach in the world. When they leave here, they may have enjoyed all of that and had great food and great drink and great fun. But the one thing I can tell you they remember is how dirty the washroom was. It's no different than when you go to a restaurant. You may have had a great experience, but if you go into the best food in the world restaurant and their washroom's not cleaned, that's what you remember. And I would think that most of us are the same in that matter. So I'm excited about this. You know, poop has raised a lot of conversation in this town over the last year, and here we are again. And one thing I know from a friend who used to own a septic tank pumping business is there's good money in poop. And so, you know, they're not cheap, but I would suspect they're not more than a brick and mortar. And, you know, there's been tests out there. We've already can get those results, and we'll test this one ourselves. So this is excellent. And again, to your point, Councillor Belanger, I think we spent about an hour in 2000, and probably a half hour every year since, looking at these units and bringing back pamphlets. And yes, I'll be unsubscribing after this as well, so we don't continue to get those emails. All right, we do have a motion that the report titled Beach Area 1 Self-Cleaning.
So sorry.
No problem.
Sorry for interrupting. Prior to tabling the motion, staff just have a change to the fourth motion contained on the agenda. So with the funding model, the 122,467 from the casino reserve, we're actually going to change that to the uncommitted reserve.
From the casino to the uncommitted reserve.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If you could table that motion as amended.
All right, thank you. So I'll read the motion. Then recommended motion is that the report titled Beach Area 1 Self-Cleaning Washroom Pilot to the Council meeting of April 24, 2025 be received, and that Urban Blue be selected as the preferred supplier for the self-cleaning public washroom unit, and that staff be authorized to proceed with procurement and installation as outlined in this report, and that Council approve the non-competitive procurement in accordance with the town's procurement policy as this project exceeds $100,000 and only 2 vendors submitted eligible responses to the request for information RFI, and that Council approve funding the project from the 2 reserves, $324,626 from the COVID reserve and $122,467 from the uncommitted reserve to cover the total project costs of $447,093. We're good, Madam Clerk? All right, you've heard the question. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor?
Your Worship.
Sorry, recorded vote.
Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, could you have them put a buzzer under my chair? So you could just give me a zip so I remember the recorded votes in this section. All right, next one is the Doctor Recruitment Municipal Clinic, 2025-04-2458. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger, Councillor White, and Deputy Mayor Snell. But before that, I'm going to go to Caitlin to give us an update. Caitlin?
All right. So staff have successfully attracted a tentative physician interested in beginning a practice at the Beck Street Medical Clinic starting September 25th. So the physician intends to roster over 900 patients, helping to meet the healthcare needs of this community. So to secure this recruitment, staff are recommending a 5-year lease extension of the clinic, and then after the 5-year incentives, the doctors would contribute 1/3 of the overhead costs, and staff are confident that having the presence of that physician at our clinic will really help us to attract more physicians, because one of the issues we've been facing in our doctor recruitment for the clinic is that a lot of the doctors that are searching in our community are new doctors. So they would like to join a clinic with more experienced doctors. So it's really exciting that we have an experienced doctor that's interested in our clinic. The only issue is he's looking for a longer commitment because he's going to be moving him and his family pretty far to be in Wasaga Beach. And so he's looking for a 5-year total commitment.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Anything further to add from anyone else? Jerry?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, and the 5-year commitment matches our intentions. Council gave us direction when this first came up that we could offer a 5-year term to the doctor to use that facility. So it's not, it would be, the request for 5 years is actually really coming back to us saying that's kind of what you announced, that's what you advertised, and looking for us to live up to what we suggested was possible.
Excellent point. Thank you very much, Jerry. All right, questions from members of council. This was pulled by Councillor Belanger, Councillor White, and Deputy Mayor Snell. So, Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through the chair. First and foremost, congratulations to staff. This is a huge win for our community. But further to that, recently we had a check presentation from the casino, and I did a positive post indicating some of the things the casino funds supported, including the medical clinic, and a resident got on and was quite negative about the fact that we need doctors. So the medical clinic is serving thousands of our residents that don't have doctors. But I believe, and I think staff can confirm, that we had a very aggressive recruitment policy. Matter of fact, I think much better than most municipalities in the area. So I don't know if we can just review a little bit for the public, because there was quite a monetary incentive. There was the ability to have a fully equipped clinic with zero rent for a period of time. And from what I understand, we were offering significantly more than many municipalities, and there's a huge doctor shortage across Ontario. So we're vying with almost every municipality in the province. So this is just a huge win, and to your point, to have an experienced doctor that could then attract doctors coming right out of college. Who knows, maybe we will have 3 doctors in short order, so congratulations.
Excellent points. Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Now going to Councillor White. Oh, sorry. Jerry?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Belanger, it's competitive out there. Most municipalities are in that $250,000 range for physician recruitment. They really add up, and when we set up this plan, $100,000 incentive and free rent, it allowed us to compete in that market with an asset that we already had advantage of, because we had the walk-in clinic, we already had the facility. Thanks to the previous doctor, we had all the equipment, the beds, the tools, so that was huge. But here's just a doctor that was quoted out of the Maclean's magazine, and she was interviewed why she went to a little town called Madoc, and she moved from Sudbury. So here's a direct quote. I found out Madoc was offering $100,000 signing bonus, plus another $150,000 from Hastings counties over 5 years, and another $86,000 from the Ministry of Health's Northern and Rural Recruitment and Retention Initiatives. So that adds up to an incentive of $336,000 for that doctor. And she said, therefore, my husband and I are now relocating from Sudbury to Madoc. So it's very competitive out there, and ours is a financial commitment of $100,000 over 5 years, $50,000 year one, then $12,500 a year after that, and plus we leverage the facility that we've already committed to. So this is working out in our advantage, and as Caitlin shared, and I've been on a couple of those tours, the doctors coming in are young, checking us out, and to have a mentor there and a seasoned doctor to help them out, really a huge difference maker.
Thanks very much, Jerry. All right, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I have friends in this business, and I can tell you, it's harder to get rid of a doctor's office than it is trying to sell a sauna business in Dubai. I'm telling you. I can't give these things away. But now I know how doctors get paid, and most people don't. And when you see things like this, all these incentives that are being paid to doctors to get them to come here, because like you said, it's impossible to get that done. But can you explain just briefly how doctors actually make money, and that how much of that is actually paid by the town as far as their services are concerned? Just for a little bit of transparency there too. And then I do have 2 follow-up questions.
In terms of how they get paid, so generally speaking, it's a billable model, so they see their patients. Each patient's type of diagnosis has a rate to it, and they say I did X of this, X of that, X of this, and the province cuts them a check. I do know in general for a physician, a doctor of this nature, you have an office, they shared with us, usually you're generating a gross revenue of about $250,000 to $300,000 a year. Out of that gross revenue, you got to pay your staff, you got to pay your heat, your hydro, your clinic, and then what's left over is what you take home and then pay personal income tax on. So it's why you see it's tough to get a doctor, a family doctor these days, because the specialties offer so much more money for you to earn. For instance, if you're an ophthalmologist, there was a day when you're doing cataract surgery, you could do 4 a day. Now they can do 4 an hour. So that doctor, his rates never changed, but he can do 10 times more the volume that he did yesterday. Now he's earning $1 million a year versus the doctor's earning $250, $300 and still have to pay bills after. So that's kind of the environment that's out there.
So thank you for that clarity. I'm sure people would like to know that the province pays the doctors. What we're paying is an incentive because, as we know, as you just said, it's not a very profitable business. Hosting 900 patients is a tremendous roster and in keeping with what most doctors do. But that said, it's a small spot. It's a small parking lot. Are we sure that with the daycare and all the other tremendous healthcare activities that go on in that building that we have parking for everybody?
I would suggest the history tells us yes. There used to be 3 doctors in that facility, and the doctors in those days carried more than a 900 patient roster. So we're comfortable with that. And then as we work with our partners, the FIT and the FOEs, we can relocate some of the services back to other spots in town. So it's a kind of a pliable environment where we can adjust accordingly as the demand changes for us. Then we relocate some services in town, hopefully get another doctor in here, so that'll cause another impact and another wrinkle for us to move. But I think we're okay parking-wise and facility-wise to meet the demand.
Thank you. Yet another tremendous win for the taxpayer of Wasaga Beach. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. We now are going to Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, congratulations. Fantastic job. I have a couple questions. One is, will this doctor be mandated to prioritize Wasaga Beach residents only first to fill that roster?
So through Your Worship, unfortunately we're not able to request that. However, when you put a doctor in a community, that's what naturally happens, is that they start accepting Wasaga Beach patients because of the location they're in. And yeah, so it naturally happens. It's not something that we can do. Nicole will probably know what it's against, but it's illegal for us to actually require that.
Thank you, Kate. Madam Clerk, anything to add to that?
To look up the exact legislation, but yeah, it wouldn't be permitted.
Thank you for follow-up. That's interesting and odd, because given that it's this community's taxpayers that are, and the casino and whatnot that is helping with this. It's unfortunate that we're not able to take all the spots for our residents. Sorry, Jerry.
Yes, if I could. So our first doctor that we recruited that took over a practice, so they had a smaller amount and they're working their way towards the 900 roster size now, and the majority of his patients are from Wasaga Beach. So to Caitlin's point, the natural migration is local residents.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for that, and through your worship. Once we confirm them with a contract, how does the sign-up process look like? Is it an online lottery? How does that work? Do you know? Just for the public's knowledge, if they don't have a physician currently.
Through your worship, so I know the clinic is currently has a wait list, so we would start on that. I don't think it's near 900 patients yet. So we could certainly direct, once we've confirmed this doctor, we could certainly direct the public on where they can find that waiting list.
Thank you. That's great. That's great to hear, and I'm sure the public will respond very positively and race over to that clinic and get on that list. One question I had was, by locking in a 5-year term, we're basically then committing the next council to maintaining this medical clinic as well. That's correct, right? Should something change and they no longer want to have this, if this doctor has a 5-year contract, there'd still be 2.5 years in that contract that would have to be honored?
Sure, that's correct, yeah. So we'd have a commitment to the doctor for 5 years, and if the council today decided to do something different with the clinic, then there'd have to be arrangement to somehow fulfill the remaining months of that commitment. So be a business discussion between the doctor and the council today, but I would suggest that the facility we have is a dynamite facility. I don't think the doctor would have an appetite to relocate. So I think the council today, I think the numbers I see today with the new doctor, I would suggest the council, next term of council, will be more than happy with what they see and willing to commit to keeping the relationship as is.
Sorry, one last one. There's a lot of confusion to Councillor White's point in terms of how they get paid, but also too that there is an exit strategy here. This is not a forever ever municipality is going to buffer the bill of this medical clinic. Can you just speak to that, Jerry, if you don't mind, just for the public's knowledge?
Yes, our real objective here is to actually have 3 doctors to take over the clinic. So the first doctor's in after their 5 years is up with 0 rent, and we met our obligations. Then they'd bear 1/3 of that clinic's cost moving forward. Of course, the second doctor would bear another 1/3, and the third doctor would bear the final 1/3. So we're trying to migrate our way out of that. The clinic today, when you look at the clinic today, about 1/3 of the costs are actually related to the after-hours walk-in portion. So, 1/3 of that. So the doctors, as their hours change and as they come in, our demand on us for evening hours might change because they actually might be open in the evening, therefore reducing the costs that you see in the budget today. So, it's quite pliable, but I'd suggest that, the doctors coming in, I would think now that we've got the first doctor, the first one's the hardest one to land, I'd suggest, and I think the second and third will be easier and quicker.
All right, all done. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, and through your worship. Yes, most of what I had in my notes here has been spoken to, but I go on anyway. And to congratulate and thank the staff for your foresight and your commitment to making our medical clinic not only a success, but I'm sure probably a template that others will be looking for in other communities. So as we all know, this was a town and council priority from our first moments as a new council in 2022, and to reinstate the medical clinic. So I think we can all be proud in the town is what they've been wanting, so thank you. And you were just speaking to, I picked this up in the report, but you've spoken to it, but again, that the town has secured interest, from an experienced doctor who will roster 900 patients. So it not only meets the immediate need, but as you've spoken to, it makes it far more attractive to another physician, especially the new graduates, that they don't have to take on this burden and be alone in a facility. And so all of that is just a great pairing. And I do feel this is a bold plan to take us into 2032, with the goal of the clinic becoming self-sustaining, which Jerry has just spoken to, and as an attractive model for the physicians to set up their practice here in beautiful Wasaga Beach. I mean, we have new schools, we have a theater on the way, revitalized beachfront, close to skiing, the world's longest freshwater beach, as Jerry just said, a dynamite facility. I know what is not to like. I think it just bodes really well for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ego. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that all these positive comments that have come out and questions have taken a number off my list, but I do have one last question. This is the second doctor that we've recruited. Do we have a cutoff on how many, or financially or ethically?
Through your worship, so for the financial incentive, which is $100,000, we had a cutoff for 4, and that was just to fulfill the current community need for physicians. We can always revisit that once we've just attracted those 4 doctors. And then for the Beck Street Clinic, it would be 3 doctors, because that's what we've determined would fit suitably in that space.
Thank you for answering that, and I just reiterate, incredible work. Thank you very much. I know a lot of my friends and residents that speak to me are super excited. You know, I know people that have ongoing chronic issues without a doctor and can't even get to a referral to a specialist, because if you don't have that GP, you can't get there. So we're getting closer to a completely healthy community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Deputy CAO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly take a moment to congratulate Caitlin. She's nurtured this relationship for months and months and months, so it's a great job. It starts with a cold call, some information back and forth, some exchanges, and I don't know how many hours Caitlin spent communicating, articulating on meetings and phone calls, so great job.
Excellent. Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, Caitlin. You know, this is a great news story. I think what's important for people to know, and not only how doctors are paid and so on and so forth, there's a misnomer out there that all doctors are multimillionaires, and that's just not the case. You know, doctors have they have a good life, but they have a hard life, and what we know for a fact is that it is very competitive. And the other thing that we know for a fact is that most doctors, even coming out of medical school today, do not want to be family doctors. They would rather be hospitalists or work for someone where, you know, they have 8-hour shifts where they go in, and when they're done their 8 hours, they go home. Family doctors are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And most people, with all the younger generation, especially in the work-life balance, they want no part of that. And so family doctors are very difficult to come by. That information comes to us via the province, and the province realizes the challenge here. You know, they're looking at changing that and bringing more doctors as quickly as they can as well. But you know, for Wasaga Beach, I think this walk-in clinic is always a good news story. It was a good news story in 2014, 15. It's a good news story now. And you know, there'll be people out there who'll say, why the heck is the town spending money on this? This is a provincial issue. I agree it's a provincial issue, but if the province isn't fixing it, as a council, I think we have a responsibility to do our best to at least get us through the bad times and into the good when the province does fix this. And I can tell you, I hear on a regular basis from members of this public that they can't have a doctor. I get thanked on a regular basis today from members of this public for the walk-in clinic. And I'm sure that many of those people are going to be thrilled that, you know, there's a doctor coming going to take on another 900 patients. So that brings me to my question to Caitlin or Jerry. Do we know how many folks in Wasaga Beach roughly are without a doctor today?
I did know the math worked out, Your Worship, for we need 4 doctors, so I'd say roughly probably north of 4,000.
Okay, so this is huge. This is basically a quarter, and what we believe is that this is going to help us attract more younger doctors, which, although they're young doctors, I would say that coming fresh out of school, they probably got fresh new ideas. And having that mentor there, if you will, I totally get it. If I was a new doctor, I'd rather be in a clinic with at least one or two other experienced doctors as well to bounce things off of, and I'm sure it's a tight-knit family community as well, and they all work well together. So this is, again, staff working really hard to do the best we can to improve the quality of life for the people of Wasaga Beach. So good job. Thank you very much. All right, we do have a motion here that the report titled Beck Street Medical Clinic Lease Extension to Physician Recruitment Incentive to the Council meeting of April 24th, 2025 be received, and that Council authorize staff to enter into a lease extension for the Beck Street Medical Clinic for an additional 5 years, ending August 31st, 2032, and that Council approve the use of a funding model outlined in the report to support the clinic lease for the duration of the 5-year term, and that Council support the proposed succession plan whereby physicians will gradually assume 1/3 of the clinic's overhead costs, followed by 5-year incentive with the long-term objective of full cost recovery through the recruitment of 2 additional physicians within the clinic. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor?
Your Worship.
Sorry, I need that buzzer. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor Ego.
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And we were going to break here for lunch, but we've only got a few items left before we go back in camera. So if Council's all right, I'm just going to push through, and you can have your lunch while we're in camera if you like. So we're on to item number 16, which is a recommendation arising from boards and committees, and we have none today. Number 17 is Council requested staff reports. Council, you've seen the list of staff reports. Any questions or comments on those? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 18, which is notice of motions. And Councillor Ego, you had a notice of motion you wish to put forward? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, and through your worship, and just a very brief synopsis before I present it. Last November, our town was given a very large amount of new clothing to be given to those in need. So it was a bit of a challenge, but many people pulled together, and much of the clothing did get to those in need for Christmas time. However, it did highlight a missing component in our town, and that is the need to access good use clothing. So I will be looking for council support at our May 15th council meeting, and for this reason, and I will read the notion of motion now, notice of motion. Whereas the current economy is contributing to financial constraints that prevent town residents from purchasing basic clothing, which can impact their well-being and opportunities. And whereas clothing is a fundamental need for hygiene, protection from the elements, and social acceptance. Clothing insecurity can affect individual self-esteem, social interactions, and ability to seek employment. And whereas the Clearview Community Church on Sunnydale Road, Wasaga Beach, operates a free clothing depot run by volunteers on the first and third Thursday of each month from 4 to 6 p.m. for those in need. And whereas there is currently no public transportation directly to the Clearview Community Church to allow those in need to attend the clothing depot to obtain the necessary basic clothing needs. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to arrange for a bus service on the first Thursday of each month from the food bank to the Clearview Community Church, located at 800 Sunnydale Road, between 3:30 and 5 p.m. And further, that staff design a one-page printout advertising the clothing depot and free public transportation to be displayed at the food bank and other locations such as churches and town facilities. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. You've put that motion forward. Anything to add, Madam Clerk?
No, Your Worship. So notice of motion has been provided. This motion will form the next agenda for debate and consideration.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the next item, which is myself, and I want to put a motion forward for reconsideration. So I'm going to turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Snell We can change seats if you like, and then I'll look after my motion.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Smith. What I'll do is I'll pass to Nicole, our clerk, please, to kick off the process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just give me 1 second to get organized here. So Mayor Smith has indicated that he would like to put a reconsideration on the floor with regards to a motion that was passed April 10th. When a reconsideration is requested at a future meeting, then it has to be presented as a notice of motion. So then we refer to the notice of motion rules within the procedural bylaw. And what that states is that the reconsideration is provided as a notice and to be considered at the next meeting. It is my understanding, due to the timing of the fireworks implication of Victoria Day, that it's wanting to be heard today. So accordingly, council would have to waive that rule within the procedural bylaw to hear the motion today. That's going to require a 2/3 vote. So I will put the following motion on the floor. That council permit, where it is deemed necessary to not delay the consideration of the reconsideration of the fireworks bylaw, that the notice of motion be considered by council at this meeting. And if we could get a mover and a seconder.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's been, I guess it can't be moved by the mayor, so a mover, Councillor Blanchet and Councillor Eco. And now, would this be a recorded vote or just by hands? Okay. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. So the mayor has moved the motion to reconsider. It's now been passed. What I'll do then is, that the motion from April 10th is then reconsidered. So I will get a mover and a seconder on the mayor to bring forward the motion.
The mayor has moved his motion for reconsideration of the fireworks bylaw, so if we could have a seconder, and then we could debate the motion.
Okay, great. Can I get a seconder for the motion? Councillor Eco? Okay, great. And I'll turn it over to Mayor Smith, please, to speak to your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate this opportunity. If you all will recall and look back to our last council meeting, we brought this forward with respect to fireworks. And if you recall at that meeting, I had asked to have this referred back to staff for more information because I had several concerns with respect to it. Not that I didn't necessarily agree with it, but I made many of my points clear at the time. With respect to education and moving forward. And I've had several calls over the last couple of weeks as well that have just solidified in my mind that some of my concerns were relevant and important. And you know, some of those with respect to local businesses, some residents calling me to say, look, I don't disagree with a ban or a partial ban on fireworks, but I do think that doing it, in one meeting and cutting it off, that the laws and rules change is unfair, and so on and so forth, which is exactly why I was asking for a referral back to staff so we could get more information. Unfortunately, that referral failed, and this motion passed. So I'm asking for us to reconsider this for a few reasons. One, so is that we can do a considerable amount of education for our full-time residents and give them time to absorb and understand what the bylaw or the new bylaw is. But not only our full-time residents, but our part-time residents, the people who are here in the summer. So I'm asking that we would basically postpone this bylaw to take effect until the end of September. So is that, our full-time, our part-time residents are able to be fully educated, and staff will be charged with making sure that we are communicating this at every opportunity and every event that we possibly can, whether that be, and through advertising, whether it be the town's website, Beach Booster, etc., so as that it is clear, because these fines, as we've talked about and want to see, are going to be significant. I think it's important that if we're going to be able to enforce this with larger fines, that people have fair notice. The other concern I have, quite frankly, was about and is about our local businesses, who many of them have thousands, or in some cases tens of thousands of dollars in stock currently in their store. I did receive a call and had a conversation, I should say, with I won't get into a specific store, but this particular business is a larger business, and they're required to place their orders 6 months to a year in advance. So this particular business has tens of thousands of dollars of fireworks in their store, and indicated that when they heard of this, because they weren't necessarily aware of it or completely aware of it before, tried to reach out to other vendors to see if he could sell these fireworks, and the best he got was 50 cents on the dollar. And that would only be, paid after the product was sold. So this is a significant loss to several of our full-time businesses as well, and I don't believe that that is fair. I mean, this council has been very clear in our support for local business, and I think that this should be a part of that. So, at the April 10th meeting, this motion passed. I would like us to reconsider it, postpone it to take effect the end of September, so as that we have a fair amount of time for our businesses to sell through their product. And listen, if they haven't sold through their product by then, well, then their issue is with their stock and order, and so be it. But it will have been a fair opportunity. And the only other thing I would ask is that, we consider whether or not we allow any part-time business to come into the municipality this summer to be able to sell product, just that product, because that will also hinder, I think, in the ability for people to move through their stock. I've also talked to folks who are 100% gung-ho to get this in place and get it in place immediately, and I can tell you the 3 folks that I talked to that came from that side absolutely didn't like it, but understood it and agreed that it would be fair. And so I think there is some, common sense out there in the community that would prevail. So that is what I'm putting forward. That's what I'd like council to consider or reconsider, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, through you. So the debate is now on the merits of the reconsideration.
Thank you. And just to clarify for public information, what you're requesting, Mayor Smith, is simply a postponement of the ban that was previously voted on. You're not looking to retract any of that. You're just wanting a little bit more time for communication and the other points that you made.
Now, that is correct, Madam Chair, and I think what's important for people to understand is that prior to April 10th, when we passed the new bylaw, the existing bylaw in place only allowed for fireworks 4 days of the year. I believe it was Canada Day, the Victoria Day, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, and that was the current bylaw. And so the issue was that we were not able, for whatever reason, to enforce, and when we could, the fine was not substantial enough to make a difference. That bylaw as it was, if we were able to enforce it, probably would have sufficed, but at any rate, here's where we are today. And so, yes, to be clear, postpone this until September 31st, and then it will come into effect at that time.
Thank you very much for that confirmation. Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Belanger, Councillor White, Councillor Ego, and then Councillor Timms, please. Go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, through the chair. I, too, received a number of calls, and I have had conversation with the mayor. And what I want to point out is one of our most passionate councillors about the fireworks ban is not with us today. after talking to the mayor, and we both thought that a postponement would be a positive thing for our local business, I reached out to Councillor DeLeo, and she offered her support as well. So not that she's voting today, but for those that know how passionate she was about the subject, I felt it was important that they know that she's very supportive of the particular businesses that had concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Blanchet. Councillor White?
Yes, thank you. I just want to echo that too. Banning the fireworks in our community is going to have a tremendous upside for many of the residents and tourists that come here. But the downside on the businesses definitely needs to be protected, and delaying it till the fall is certainly well within benefit to our town. So I'm going to be inclined to vote with you on this.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, at the time of the vote, I did not take into consideration businesses in town. It just didn't pass my radar at all. So I can certainly support a postponement of the bylaw.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, and through you. So right now, we're just voting on the reconsideration. Then we will vote, if that passes, then we vote on the motion that was presented to this council April 10th.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Timms?
Thank you. May I ask the clerk then, because I'm a bit confused about this issue, I didn't know in advance. One of my thoughts also was if Councillor DeLeo was advised. So, Madam Clerk, to understand this, the vote that we're making now is only to support the mayor's suggestion to hold off until September with the motion that was passed last time that I did not support. Is there a second vote that's coming here?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So right now, we're just voting on whether council would like to reconsider the fireworks ban. So if you're in favor of reconsidering that, that's what this vote will do. Okay. Then we will table the motion that was provided at the last meeting with the adoption of that bylaw.
Thank you. It's clear for me.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further comments or questions in regards to the matter of reconsidering the fireworks ban? Okay, seeing none, then I'll ask for a vote. All in favor? We already did that?
Yeah, Mayor Smith has moved, Councillor Ego has seconded on the reconsideration.
So we can call the vote then, please. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries.
Thank you, and that's achieved the 2/3 required vote. Mayor Smith, the motion from April 10th, we can now move that. So I will read the motion for council. That the report titled Sale and Discharge of Fireworks Bylaw to the council meeting of April 10th, 2025 be received, and that council adopt bylaw 2025-12 being a bylaw to regulate fireworks.
Thank you. And are there any comments or questions in regards to that?
We'll just need a mover and a seconder.
Sorry, moved by Mayor Smith and seconded by Councillor White. Okay, any comments or questions? So this is in regards to Mayor Smith's motion to postpone until the end of September.
Thank you.
That's what this discussion part.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. So it's my understanding that Mayor Smith may like to table an amendment to the main motion to have the bylaw, that council adopt bylaw 2025-12 being a bylaw to regulate fireworks to come into full force and effect October 1st, 2025.
Okay, and if you have a comment, Mayor Smith?
Yes, I'll just reiterate that the motion I want to put forward from the April 10th, and now that we've agreed to a reconsideration, that the report titled Sale or Discharge of Fireworks Bylaw to the council meeting of April 10th, 2025 received, and the council adopt bylaw 2025-12 being a bylaw to regulate fireworks, and of course, as indicated, that this be postponed until the end of September.
Madam Chair, we have an amending motion on the floor, if anybody wants to second.
Councillor White, thank you.
We can now vote on the amendment, which again was that council adopt bylaw 2025-12, being a bylaw to regulate fireworks, to come into full force and effect October 1st, 2025.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Councillor Boulanger and Councillor Timms?
Yeah, sorry, I just thought there was an opportunity. I knew Councillor Timms wanted to make a comment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
I do want to make a comment. I voted against that motion at the last council meeting, not because I think we should allow residential fireworks by bad actors to continue day and night all year long, but because I felt that there were some missing pieces from that, including Victoria Day. While we don't do a town public display, that really eliminates the opportunity to do it down the road. I also really supported that we need to be educating vendors and consumers of fireworks, and that if there was an opportunity within that report to review creative ways to permit community fireworks displays, which were completely eliminated by that. We also, if I recall in discussions about it, really were just anecdotally told that there was no economic impact. Now we're hearing about economic impact. We really needed to know more about the hardship of business. I think also, we heard a huge public outcry following that decision about how people didn't know it was happening and should have, that's on them. They should know when these things are happening. So I feel like I'm in a little bit of a rock and a hard place, because I still feel that that report was lacking a little bit in how this town could thoughtfully and carefully, as a tourist economy, review and understand good fireworks without a total ban. And I think there was, that's probably all I should say at this point.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Timms. I see Mayor Smith, wants to comment?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I fully understand and don't disagree with Councillor Timms. However, as I said earlier, the bylaw that was currently in place prior to April 10th was very clear and only allowed fireworks, a personal fireworks display, if you will, 4 days of the year. The fact that it was difficult or wasn't easy to enforce is no fault of staff's. I mean, the town of Wasaga Beach is a long, narrow town with a lot of roads, and by the time you get a call about someone setting off fireworks and they actually are able to get there and be able to gather any kind of information or evidence and really prove who is setting it off, I think it is very difficult. So I understand that staff were between a rock and a hard place in this case. And it's why, I've said in the past that these types of issues, when they arise, should probably be it should probably be the property owner that is held accountable if it's on property that is private. Because at the end of the day, I own my home, my property. What happens on that property is my responsibility, no matter who's doing what. And so perhaps, that is one of the ways around this. If it's on public property, I've heard people who have called me in the last week say, well, how are you going to stop it all? And my answer is clear: you can't stop it all. Speeding is illegal, and millions of people speed every day. Murder is illegal, and people get murdered every day, and we don't always catch the culprit, and we don't always, we're not able to stop it. But it doesn't mean we don't try. And so I think that the new bylaw is much more fair in the timelines of, if this is accepted, the timeline to put it in place. But I'm not adverse or beyond, looking at whether or not you do still allow 4 days and we just find a better way to enforce it. But the point here that I'm making today is I think it's unfair to simply change the bylaw and put it into effect. I don't think the economic impact even on our business community, is huge. I've talked to a few businesses. In their year business, long business, it's not a big deal. Some bigger than others, but it's not a make or break it. But it is a big deal to be left holding on to tens of thousands or thousands and thousands of dollars in inventory that you may not be able to move or have to give away. And so that's why I brought this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Any further comment? Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I want to be transparent to council with regards to the procedural bylaw and how reconsideration works. So pursuant to, it would be section 8.03G, during the term of council, a motion to reconsider shall not be permitted more than once with regard to a previous decision of council, nor shall a vote to reconsider be reconsidered. And what that means in layman's terms is if we are to pass this amending motion and ban fireworks as of October 1st, this council will not be permitted to reconsider that decision. Only the next term of council would have that ability.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any further comments? Okay, I'll just share my thoughts. I agree with you, Mayor Smith, in regards to the education. I felt that the gauntlet came too fast in terms of being able to not only educate the public, being our full-time residents, but also the visitors that'll be knocking down our doors very soon with the May long weekend just around the corner. So I felt it was sort of setting up for potential challenge and failure as a possibility, especially for those that might get a significant fine or consequence, not realizing that it was in play. And I also felt, and I voted along with Councillor Timms against this initial bylaw because, you know, down the road we know we're dealing with our short-term accommodations. We're going to be regulating our Airbnbs. And so I think there's an opportunity through that channel to be able to educate the bad actors that have been unfortunately abusing what should be a very functional process and system and enjoyment. You know, Wasaga Beach is not like a Pickering or a Whitby or whatnot. We're a cottage community. We're in cottage country. And although we have 25,000 year-round residents, you know, our fiber and roots are built on fun and family memories. And I think fireworks have a place there. They just need to be regulated and supervised and our rules enforced. So, you know, should I be reelected down the road for the next term, I'll probably be be in favor of revisiting this and bringing it back to the table, which will then give, you know, as well, staff lots of time, and we'll have our Airbnbs in order, and we'll be able to enforce hopefully a little bit better. So at this point, I'm in absolute agreement with you, Mayor Smith. I'm glad you brought this forward. We don't want to see any of our full-time businesses struggle with this at all. So I'm in complete favor. I'd be ready to call the vote if there's no other comments or questions.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, so I just want to be sure that council understands you're voting on the amendment. That council adopt bylaw 2025-12, being a bylaw to regulate fireworks to come into full force and effect October 1st, 2025.
Thank you for the clarification. Oh, go ahead, Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay.
Sorry, because this is a subsidiary motion, because it's an amendment, recorded vote wouldn't be permitted on the amendment. However, the main motion as amended, that was when we do the recorded vote, Mayor Smith.
Okay then, so I'll call the vote. All in favor? Those opposed? And that carries 4-1. Thank you. Now, sorry, go ahead. Oh, sorry, 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll now table the motion as amended, that the report titled Sale and Discharge of Fireworks Bylaw to the council meeting of April 10th, 2025 be received, and that council adopt bylaw 2025-12, being a bylaw to regulate fireworks to come into full force and effect October 1st, 2025. And it's my understanding there's been a recorded vote requested after you get a mover and seconder.
Okay, can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Mayor Smith, seconded by Councillor White. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Mayor Smith. In favor. Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor
Oh, sorry,
White.
opposed.
Opposed. Councillor White.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you, and I'll turn the chair back to the mayor, please.
For council and the public, just so everybody's fully aware, the bylaw that was in place prior to last meeting is now back into effect, and bylaw enforcement team, we will ensure that that is communicated to the public and all businesses.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I guess what's important to note for the public then, that the current bylaw that is in place today allows fireworks displayed privately 4 days of the year, and those days are Victoria Day, Canada Day, New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day. All right, thank you very much. We'll now move along, and we have another notice of motion. Deputy Mayor, you have something you want to put forward with fireworks, moratorium on issuing business licenses for fireworks. Go ahead, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Smith. I just felt that this would be an important piece. For one, I'm not a huge fan of hawkers and peddlers and folks who come into our community to take advantage of certain holidays or seasonal sales when we have year-round businesses serving this community every day. So this one in particular, I think, is important because A, it will help to eliminate the amount of product in our community and available for folks to be able to be lighting off during these holidays, but will also ensure, as you did in your previous motion, that anybody that does want to purchase fireworks, they support a local year-round business in purchasing them. So I'd like to see that we revoke any opportunity for any issuance of hawker and peddler business licenses for fireworks, period. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Due to the subject matter of the proposed notice of motion, I would suggest that council consider a motion to hear it today. Again, the next council meeting is not till May 15th. Which would permit us right now to issue business licenses to hawker peddlers that distribute and sell fireworks. So if that is the will of council, then we'll put a motion on the floor to allow this motion to be heard today, and I'll formulate that.
Do you have a motion formulated, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Your Worship. The council deem it necessary to not delay the consideration of the deputy mayor's notice of motion to put a moratorium on the business licensing bylaw for the issuance of hawker and peddler business licenses for those who sell fireworks, and that motion be heard today.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So you've heard the question, or the motion, sorry. Questions or comments from members of council on this? Councillor Timms?
Sorry, Your Worship. Deputy Mayor has moved.
Yeah, I was going to take questions
me.
and then ask for a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to ask, since it's so close to May 24th, and that we are aware that we have at least a couple of pop-up shops in private property parking lots, have they not applied for their permits already, or will this be an issue of revoking permits? If for this season, I think as a seller, I probably would have done my due diligence before now if I was hoping to sell for May 24.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk?
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, to my knowledge, there has been no hawker peddler business licenses issued for this year.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the mayor. I think it's also, I support this 100%, is that, we need to give every opportunity for those businesses that have an inventory that do year-round business here to liquidate that inventory between now and October. The particular business that contacted me was in jeopardy of losing a considerable amount of money. So I think by the peddlers, they can do their pop-up in any municipality, anywhere in Ontario. So I don't think it's an undue hardship for them, but it could be for our local business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Any other questions or comments? I think it's important to point out what we're going to hear after today's meeting is that we're going to get calls from people who say, you know, why aren't you allowing a pop-up fireworks place when you allow a food truck? And my argument to that would be that, you know, food trucks are only allowed in very specific areas under very specific circumstances in order to ensure that we have, I would refer to this as legal, product being sold, where fireworks, I understand they're only allowed their pop-ups 5 days of the year, but what we're trying to do is restrict the use of fireworks here, and so allowing even more of them in the community, I think, is kind of contrary to what it is we're trying to do. And so I know you're going to get calls probably from some folks who want to do a pop-up, and I understand their concern that they're not going to be able to do it, but it would be contrary to what it is we're trying to accomplish here. And so I thank you, Deputy Mayor, for putting this forward, and I think it makes total sense. You've heard the question. We've had the debate. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I need a mover and a seconder to hear the motion today.
Yep. You've heard the question. We've had the debate. I could have a mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we'll now put Deputy Mayor's motion on the floor for consideration. And that is to put a moratorium on the business, that council put a moratorium on the business licensing bylaw for the issuance of hawker and peddler business licenses for those who distribute and sell fireworks. We have a mover, we just need a seconder.
Thank you very much. That is moved by Deputy Mayor Snell. A seconder, please, for this. Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll now move on then to item number 19. No, item 19 is bylaws, but before that, we're now going to go back into closed session to continue and recess, from recess of that to continue our discussions from this morning. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back into closed session.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We've now finished our closed session, and I'll look to our clerk for a rise and report. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on April 24th at 9:04 a.m. to discuss the following items. 5.3.1, a legal matter in accordance with Section 239(2)E and F of the Municipal Act. As a result of that discussion, there is nothing further to report. Council considered 5.3.2, OLT matter 2400147, Tent Club Court, in accordance with Section 239(2)E and Section F of the Municipal Act. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before Council for consideration. Whereas the town has identified a number of significant public health and safety threats associated with the proposed servicing scheme for the Akili development, and whereas the threats supersede the land use planning grounds to be considered by the Ontario Land Tribunal, and compel the town to categorically reject the facilitation, accommodation, acceptance, or assumption of any of the public works proposed by Akili. Now therefore be it resolved that Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach hereby declares that it will not enter into any development agreements with Akili, its successors or assigns, accept and or assume any public works proposed by Akili, its successors or assigns, or in any other way facilitate or accommodate the development proposed by Akili. If we can get a mover and seconder, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Members of Council, you've heard the question. Do we have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council discussed 5.3.3, the Community Hub, in accordance with Section 239(2)I of the Municipal Act. As a result of that discussion, the following motion is before Council for consideration. That staff be directed to proceed with an application to the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund, and that Council commit unbudgeted costs for the theater for the K-12 school and community hub to an upset limit of $2.4 million to be funded from the casino reserve. If we could get a mover and seconder, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Question, you've heard it. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Belanger and Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council then recessed from closed session at 11:40 a.m. and resumed closed session at, Deputy Clerk, sorry, 2:10 p.m. There we go. At that time, Council discussed item 5.3.5, proposed disposition acquisition of lands in accordance with Section 239(2)C of the Act. As a result of that discussion, there's nothing further to report at this time. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Moving on now to item number 19 on the agenda, which is bylaws. We have a recommended motion that the following bylaws be received, have been deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And this meeting is adjourned.